Right. If things don't stabilize now, I'm going to be annoyed because I actually jumped over here for this express purpose. File back in, everybody. My bit rate is now holding steady at 6,000. So it's double what it was, and it's also stable. So that's much better. I have never had a barbecue meatball sub, no. Dane Jackson got 2 years, 14.5 million. Seems excessive for a player I've never heard of, but that, I mean, he might be good. I'm not saying he's bad just because I've never heard of him. By the way, Taker, I missed your super chat because I ended the stream. Thank you for the $2. Looks like we're not making a big splash in free agency, which I don't think should surprise anybody. But yeah, I wouldn't expect it. I'm sure he's somewhat involved. 22 vibes, Pete, but it's hard to know. Yes, this is the new stream, guys. The old one was having bitrate issues. This one looks much better, so I think we made the right call. Restream, I'm going to have to look into Restream because that's starting to give me problems. Over under on wins this season? 9.5 or something? I don't know. Too early to say. Thoughts on Mike Salk's take to trade DK? It's stupid. How I Met Your Mother's a little too cornball for me. I don't think it's bad, but the style of humor is too cornball for me. You make enough money on YouTube to afford a sports car? I mean, I guess, but I don't drive enough to need a sports car. I have a car that I've completely paid off that is just mine. I don't want to mess with that. It's really nice not having a car payment. It's really nice not having a car that I'm not worried is gonna really nice not having a car payment. It's really nice because it's relatively new and in really good shape. Like, that's nice. I'm not trying to change that formula that I have. Sorry about the echo. Is your car fast? It has a turbo, but I wouldn't say fast. GFGB, I work for companies typically. My car, it's a Kia. Kia sedan. I considered saying a white one to mess with people, but no. Did you want Leonard Williams back? Absolutely. I have not watched Straight Outta Compton, Caden J. I heard it was good. You think we can get any blue chip players with a 16 pick? Unlikely, because I don't think there are a ton of blue chippers in this draft, but we can get players that I really, really like that I will have no problem taking at 16. Yeah, my first car was a 1991 Mercury Topaz, which was very cheap, but it was a huge piece of crap. And you were always concerned about it breaking down at any moment, especially because I drove it a lot. Then I bought, free and clear, a Saturn. I can't remember exactly what model, but it was a Saturn, a used Saturn. And I bought it free and clear, so I was like, cool, I don't have car payments now. I just have it. This car is just mine. And it had so many problems. So many problems. I had to replace the transmission. I think I had to replace the drive shaft. It was not worth it. Pain in the butt, that car. So eventually got rid of it. Started leasing cars. Leased a couple of cars over the years. Just, you lease it for a few years, give it back, get a new one. Lease it for a few years, give it back, get a new one. And then this one that I have now, the Kia, I never drove it because that COVID happened. So when the lease was up, it had barely any miles on it, so I just decided to buy it. And now it's been mine for years now. No, I loved leasing Fly Artist. I actually really liked leasing the car. You have a nice, it's a really nice car, and then you can drive it for a few years, give it back. You don't have to worry about service. You don't have to worry about stuff going wrong because the dealership takes care of it. I have no problem with leasing whatsoever, but we're better off, but I'm much happier now. And I think leasing is good for certain people. I can see leasing being good for certain people. Do I like the Cybertruck? I mean, I think it serves a purpose. It's not a purpose that I particularly need to fill. Virus, there's been a little bit of that going on here as well in the developer market. I agree with that. I completely agree, Fly Artist, but I could afford it, and it allowed me to not have to think about the car while still using it a lot. Like, I had a car, I would drive it, you know, pretty much 50 miles a day, and leasing it allowed me to not really think about it that hard. Nothing new going on, by the way. Didn't think Trey Flowers was that bad, Caden. I had a much bigger problem with a guy like Michael Kendricks. If wanted a sports car, what would you get? I mean, I really like the look of the Lamborghinis. I love the way Lamborghinis look. But you're probably not talking about that, are you? Kendrick Bourne got 3 years, 19.5. With a bunch of incentives, too. Dang. Will you be live streaming during the draft? Yes. I thought about leasing a BMW many years ago, but then I was like, I'm not going to drive it enough. Trey Flowers was just put in a lot of bad situations. I don't think the stuff that happened was really his fault. He wasn't that bad. Luke Britt, it's fine. The Artie Burns signing is fine. It's not good, it's not bad, it's just a signing that you do, and there's nothing wrong with it. What was Pete's fault for Trey Flowers? I mean, in the sense that he was the head coach and head of personnel and everything runs through him, I guess. Guys, think about it. Trey Flowers, after leaving Seattle, went to the Bengals and helped them go to the Super Bowl because they put him in different situations. He can be a useful player. You got to put him in the right situations. Yeah, that's another thing. Trey Brown was what, a 5th-round pick? He was good those first 2 years, too, by the way. Those first 2 years, Trey Flowers was fine. People forget that. I'm eating nothing right now because I just finished. Yeah, Tederick was much worse than Trey Brown. Or Flowers. I keep saying Trey Brown, my bad. Yeah, I would do Sonic's videos. Cadillacs are a little too boxy for me. I don't like that look. I don't like the, like, Aston Martin Cadillac boxy look. Hey, Sakamucus. I don't know anything about Mazda. I do Mariners videos, Shay. I've done them for years. Free agency has 100% been a frenzy, Brandon, just not necessarily for every team. Trey Flowers was good in Cincinnati. What does that tell you? What does that inform you on, guys? Come on. He goes to another team and immediately becomes useful. What does that tell you? Was he tanking because he hated the Seahawks and wanted to get out? I don't think so. Man, stuff is slow right now. Look at the switch. Is that really where you think the analysis of someone's play begins and ends? Is that really, you think, saying something like declarative? Morstead, punter. 2-year deal over $5 million. All right. You think McDonald likes Kobe at safety? I don't think he can possibly make that evaluation yet. We haven't even had a training camp with him yet. Like, he's probably got to get in there and work with him for a little bit before he makes that evaluation. I think it's possible. Official free agency starts in about 40 minutes. The Batman 2 has been delayed to 2027. I didn't like the first one that much, so it is whatever. Oh, well, Reed's not going to be healthy in time for the season, BFG. He tore his ACL. Yeah, Cole Bishop's great, except he's got really bad T-Rex hands. Or arms, excuse me. Buccaneers Chase McLaughlin, 3 years, $12.3 million. That's more than I thought it was going to be. Witherspoon may end up playing the Hamilton role, yeah. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, there's a lot of information we don't know about the Seahawks right now concerning their cap situation. Wish we had more info than we do. By the way, guys, we are 1 subscriber away from 16,900. Oh, all the time, Nitro Hawk. This first week always pops. You listen to music in your car? A little bit. Not as much as most people. Miles, how you doing? Who are the free agents that are still unsigned? I got them on screen. Some of the best ones, anyway. Yeah, today's been slow in general, it feels like. Is it? What kind of music do you listen to? Assorted. I don't really have any one thing that I'm committed to. Yeah, I think I think I was overzealous on Cameron Curl. I don't think he's going to get paid like a superstar or is perceived as one. I think Spotrac just lost their mind when they projected him at 16 mil a year. Jose, I don't care what Richard Sherman says about much of anything anymore. I got to be honest with you. I just hope he gets the help he needs. Well, of course Sherman was elite in his prime. But of course. Kamari Lassiter ran a 4.61 40. That's not very good. Oof. Oof. Our hitter. Thank you for the $1.99. How do you feel about Mason Smith at LSU? Not impressed. I was very, very, very underwhelmed by him last year, and I'm not into him anymore. I was before the season started, but then he just never got there. But thank you, Power Hitter, for the super chat. 135 now. Thank you, everybody. It's not even 1 o'clock yet, and we're already over halfway there. Well, not really that there's like a goal or anything. It's just what's there is what's there, but at the top of the meter, I guess. Probably Fatanu, Carson. Left guard's more important than center by a long shot. Clowney is still a free agent, yes. If we were to sign a player, who would you like them to sign if it was today? I'd really like to get Justin Simmons, honestly, because it doesn't cost the compensatory pick. Corey, haven't we learned by now that stuff doesn't mean anything? Players just do that stuff. Did we draft Penix Jr. at 16? I don't want to take him at 16. I can't get on board with that. I'm not into him like that. Why do you think we are loading up so heavily for the 2025 draft playing the comp pick game? Think it's because we are going for it then or because we are offloading players for then? I mean, I do think that the play is to use 2024 as the proof of concept year, yeah. I do think that next year you have very little or no dead money, effectively no dead money, and a bunch of cap space that isn't locked up because of what you did this offseason. You've also got some guys on rookie deals that might want extensions, like Cross or Mafe. And you also have extra draft picks. You can kind of say, like, okay, now's the time. Let's go. What makes you so consistent on YouTube? I don't know how to answer that question, Roman. Because I choose to be. Probably Derek Hall, Oscar, because he actually played last year. Mike Morris took the whole year off, basically, after hurting his shoulder. Oh, we hit 16,900, by the way, guys. Thank you. So, as of this moment, we are 97 subs away from 17,000, which was the end of month goal. Now, after free agency cools down, things are going to slow significantly, right? Because we're just going to be waiting for the draft, and that's not for everybody. Some people wait for the draft by falling asleep. What do you think of Jerome Baker? He's undersized. I do think he's pretty good in coverage, but he also has had a major injury recently. Do you think Clowney was a bust as a first overall pick? He probably shouldn't have been the first overall pick, but I think he's a great player. Does your gym have free weight bench machines? I mean, yeah, but they're not free. They're on rails. And they also have free weights, but it's not a machine. So I guess technically no. Whitehead's off the board. Clowney is on the board. Clowney is available. Clowney is unsigned. And remember, Clowney likes to stay unsigned until like July. You like Isaiah Simmons? I'm interested in him. I don't know if I like him. Ugh. Manpower. Okay, over 500 people in the stream. So since I never did it earlier, and it's almost 1 o'clock, let's just go ahead and bang it out now. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and spending your day with me. Day 3 of Free Agency Frenzy Week. Technically, the first day of free agency starts in exactly half an hour. So, we're going to be going until about 5 p.m. See if the Seahawks do anything, see if the league does anything. You guys know how the drill is. If you want to help out, there are a few things you can do. You can like the stream. This is our second stream of the day. I had to cancel the earlier one because Restream had issues. So even if you like the earlier stream, please like this one. Helps out. You can subscribe. Costs you nothing as well. You will see daily Seahawks updates in your subscriber feed. If you do so, we have a goal of 17,000 subs this month. We should get there pretty easily the way things are going. Wait a minute. And that I just realized the number is actually wrong on the tracker. There we go. If you want to go above and beyond that, there are many other ways to do things as well. You can become a channel member. Click the join button down below. $2, $5, or $15 a month. And you gain access to perks depending on your level of membership. We are 25 members away from a new emoji slot. You can also donate via Super Chat or tipping. Right now, tips generate custom GIFs on the stream screen. If you tip or Super Chat, it is guaranteed that I will see, read, and respond to whatever message you send with the donation. That's Super Chat or tipping. And you can also pledge to the Patreon over link in the description. So those are the best ways to support. That is about it. So let's get back to it. Nick Harris is definitely not Joey Hunt. That's goofy. Oh, Jonathan Bullard goes to the Vikings on a 1-year deal. I feel like Jonathan Bullard was a Seahawk for a couple weeks at one point. That name sounds very familiar to me, but I think he was only here for a very short period of time. Tyrell Dodson remains unsigned, yes. David Moore, thank you for the $5 super chat. Pass on Penix at 16, but I'd love Fatanu there. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, David. That's kind of how I feel. But yeah, Misfit, he's a mobile center. He's a move center. He is a little bit lighter than you would like, but the centers that the Seahawks are coveting are not going to be the big maulers. They're going to be the more mobile players who can pull block and reach block and block in space and block at the second level. He was here in 2020. Yeah, I think I remember him. Anthony Olmedo, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the subscription. Jay Smith, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the subscription. I'm starting to think Penix will make it to us. That combine really helped him, though. Can you explain Grubb's scheme? I mean, Ryan Grubb at UW and I believe Fresno State ran screens on like well, I want to say 12 or 13% of our pass plays, like bubble screens and tunnel screens and those kinds of screens, those plays that require offensive linemen to get out in front and block for it. So, ton of screen passes mean you need mobile offensive linemen. And I imagine things will be different in the NFL, but I think he still is going to want to run a lot of screens. Now, I will say he does use varied run concepts. He does gap blocking and zone blocking almost equally. But in the NFL, he may not be able to get away with that. He might have to commit to something. I imagine that he's going to commit to zone blocking if he has to commit to one. Did you change where Cameron Curl is? I think I jumped the gun on him. I think I overestimated how he's perceived and how he's going to get paid. I thought about it and was like, it doesn't feel quite right. Yeah, I mean, we needed at least one blocking tight end, right? And that's what he is. And at this point now, I think our third tight end, if we get one, is probably going to be like a Jack Westover type. Yeah, I'm worried about the tells with Brown on the field, but a lot of teams have that problem. Is Malik Collins good? He's pretty good. Yeah, he can play. Hey, Aaron, how you doing? Safeties we could draft that makes sense. I love Nubbin. He's probably my number one. Uh, I have questions about some of the other ones. Bullock or Bullard, the USC guy Bullock is really good. Javon Bullard's nice. Are you gonna do videos on the Mariners this year? Yes, I think so. Word on Bobby. He can't. I don't think he can talk to teams yet. He has to wait until one because he doesn't have an agent. I did like Bo Braid, but Bo Braid went back to school, so he's off the table, which hurt me. I mean, San Francisco is 100% doing the right thing right now. They are so close to the Super Bowl right now, they should be doing stuff like this. Period. Like, they are doing it right completely and utterly. Is Penix not good at using the middle of the field, or was that Grubb's offense? I don't think it was Penix's fault. Well, Penix likes to push the ball deep down the field. That's his play. That's what he likes to do. So everything else is going to be reduced, I think. I don't feel like that's an indictment on Grubb at all. I have a Matt Hasselbeck jersey. And I have a 12 jersey. That's it. I'm not a big jersey person. Yeah, that's one thing about Penix that I also don't like. The modern NFL is kind of eliminating the deep passes. The modern NFL is becoming all about dinking and dunking and trickling down the field like a few yards at a time. The deep ball is starting to really go extinct, and Penix is a guy who's all about the deep ball. Are you more excited to see the offense or defense this year? Offense, pretty easily, I think. Boy, I've had a coffee and a soda today, and I am tired still, man. Mm. These substances are not having an effect. I need I need something a little stronger. Yeah, of course I remember Snacks Harrison. I do have a Julio Rodriguez jersey, actually. Yes, Bo Nix or Penix. I would go Penix. I don't like Bo Nix at all. The deep ball is what people want to see. Well, the cover two shell is killing the deep ball. Telling you guys. Meth. If we take McCarthy at 16, I'm going to be pretty sad, BFG. Not a big fan. Yeah, Bo doesn't do any processing, man. Bo doesn't do any processing in that Oregon offense. It's hard for me to really get excited for a guy like that. It does not appear that the Eagles are in contention for Justin Simmons because his asking price appears to be too high. Oof. So if his asking price is too high for the Eagles, it's almost certainly too high for us. So that's too bad, but I don't want to overpay for anybody either. I'd rather let a good player go like Justin Simmons than than throw a ton of money at him and commit ourselves to that. I don't know what to think of Rattler. Like, there's so many conflicting things on Rattler. I feel pulled in so many different ways. I don't like Empower coffee. No, Empower. I drink it because it helps me wake up. But today, it's kicking my butt. What is your favorite Batman movie? It's definitely The Dark Knight. I don't think anything else is particularly close. What is your top three moves the Seahawks should make today? Cost allowing Julian Blackman, Tyrell Dodson, and I don't know, Cody Whitehair. I'm not really looking to make that many moves. Did you try T? Well, no. What were your thoughts on us drafting Russell back in 2012? I didn't have thoughts on it. I was just like, okay, we got another player. It was like, okay. I didn't think he was going to play. I didn't think he was actually going to get on the field. Tycoon's World, thank you for the 4.99. If Seattle went Isaiah Simmons and Devin White by some miracle, do you see Isaiah as the true Mike and White as the Will? Also, your opinions on our IOL. Well, Isaiah would probably play all over the place. Isaiah can play like safety and cornerback, so he would almost be like Devin Witherspoon, I think. He would be all over the place. So I don't think we would have anything really firm for Isaiah. And White would probably be. I think White would probably be more like the Mike, honestly. But I just feel like Isaiah Simmons is a guy you play all over the place. Opinions on interior offensive line. I think we're going to go with our young guys, and I'm going to be okay with that. I don't think Becton's available. He's still under contract with the Jets, isn't he? Thoughts on the Spider-Man movie, Sam Raimi? They're great. I think the first two are pretty great. I mean, the first one isn't a great movie, but its heart is in the right place. The second movie's fantastic, and the third movie is really bad, but overall, I think those movies did a great job of trying to be good movies on their own and not just fan service for comic fans. Like, there's a lot of stuff in those movies that comic book fans despise. And I respect the fact that Raimi wanted to make a film that he thought was good, not just a film that would entertain, you know, Spider-Man comic fans. Mackie Becton's a free agent. Wow. The Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies are pretty decent. The Holland ones are good overall, I think. Batman with Robert Pattinson was okay. I wasn't super into it. Of course, I've watched Lord of the Rings like 100 times, Butcher. Still nothing going on. 10 minutes until free agency officially starts. I mean, the best Batman is Michael Keaton, but Michael Keaton's movies sucked. No, The Two Towers is the best one, Caden. Like, Keaton is the best Bruce Wayne and the best Batman, but his movies suck, so. Yeah, I saw Dune 2. It's good. Had a good time with it. I have not started The Boys yet, Nick. I'm going to. The best Joker, I think it is Heath Ledger. I do. His movie is a fun watch. Who's he? You're talking about Michael Keaton? Christian Bale is okay as Batman. I'm not, I don't know. I think he's fine, but Keaton's Batman is the best Batman. I just wish somebody actually wrote that movie. I just wish that that movie was actually written. Like, nobody wrote Michael Keaton's Batman, I swear. CJ Kurzman, thank you for the 4.99. Brendan, too many Hawks fans sketching out right now over no big moves. If anything, we should all be excited. New regime, new perspective, new plan. Yeah, I think that when we took on the whole Jamal Adams cap hit this season, it was a sign that the team was not looking to go crazy. And I got no problem being behind that, man. I don't know why anybody would have an issue with that. I think we will make plenty of signings eventually, but they're probably going to be stuff that is cheap, some stuff in-house, nice and simple. Um, what's your thoughts on the Green Lantern movie? I didn't see it. I never saw the Green Lantern movie. But yeah, CJ, I agree. And, we do this every year, but in previous years it made sense. We should have done more in free agency in some previous years. And by the way, last year we did make big moves, and most people ended up unhappy about them, like Draymond Jones. So chill out. I mean, make whatever memes you want to make. There is a reason why Schneider is the way that he is. He wants to build through the draft, which is something that every single GM out there should want to do. Building through the draft is way better than any other way. Free agency should not be how you build a team. Draymond's a good player. Yeah, Caden, he is. No, I don't think anything crazy is going to happen in 7 minutes, but nevertheless. Miles, thank you for the dollar tip. Also, we should trust this regime until they prove us otherwise. Yeah, I think that's also a valid way to put it because the decision-making tree has changed significantly, and I think we got to go with it. Um, I mean, Mike McDonald has a 6-year contract. He's going to be here for a minute, and this is the first time Schneider is actually head of player personnel. So I don't see how anybody could object to the idea of seeing what they do with the power dynamics being what they are. Empower, thank you for the $10 super chat. Cheers, B. How do you think the previous home run draft classes will fit into future plans? This will already be the third year on 2022 contracts. How do we retain those players alongside the newcomers? That's probably part of the reason why we're doing things the way that we are. That way we can possibly retain those players for cheaper next year rather than push them up to the extension. That's what the Cowboys do, and that's why the Cowboys always end up in bad situations. Um, Yeah, you could maybe extend Cross and Mafe after 1 year. You don't have to. I'm 6. Okay, I think this is the updated count on Super Chats. I could be off, but I think that's accurate. So thank you, 160. How will the 49ers pay Purdy? They'll worry about that when they get to it. They're not going to worry about that too much right now. They're worried about winning the Super Bowl one time for this core and then figuring it out later. All right, everything on screen is now updated. Yeah, of course, Caden. I've seen the Cowboys memes. CJ Kurzman, thank you for the $1.99. Any chance we bring back 54 now that we add a linebackers? I think we want somebody more athletic, somebody younger. I think that we want to move on from Bobby. Not getting the sense there's a lot of interest in bringing him back from Seattle right now, but maybe we'll end up being forced to. I could see that, but I don't think we necessarily want to. Ugh. Two minutes. Oh, CJ. I don't think we're interested in bringing back Bobby Wagner. I don't. I think we want somebody younger and more athletic. And cutting out? Not on my end. Everybody try refreshing. I don't think I'm cutting out, guys. Yes, Caden, definitely. Yeah, I'm not seeing any cutout on my end with the microphone, so I don't think I am cutting out. Anyway, yeah, I don't think Wagner's coming back. Too old, too slow, too unathletic. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. All right, everybody, it is 1 o'clock. We are halfway through the day. Free agency has begun. Let the games begin. Welcome. Jordan Clark, I don't think we did it enough to consider it a failure at all. I don't think we have enough information there. Jordan Clark. I think we need to see more Kobe Bryant at safety before we make a determination. Titans tendered Jack Gibbons. Oh, for our defense, we still need linebackers more than anything else. We literally don't have any linebackers. Josh Cummings, stop typing in all caps in my chat. Gosh. Do you go up to people in public and start screaming in their face? Oren Burks is an interesting linebacker to pick up. Yeah, Troutman was yesterday. All right.
Banned. Gone. Forever.
Yeah. Cash Money Killer, I don't know if you're trolling or not, but you're the only one who's still reporting an issue. So if it's a continued issue, I mean, just refresh the stream. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. All right. Yeah, Mike Williams released officially. Oh, dude, these are nice for a time like this. It's like ingesting pure sugar. It's waking me up. These nerds are going to be the savior of the day. I have not, Caden J. I think that's the thing that sucks the most out of being between jobs. You have to answer every phone call you get. Niners, no, Ayuk had one more year left. Saints re-sign Adam Prentice. Ooh, Bears got Brett Ripien. Bears signed veteran quarterback Brett Ripien. I think Troutman signed yesterday. Guys, no, it's not a tank year. Tank years are not a real thing anyway. But even in the sense that you're talking about, no. We're just not overextending ourselves. There is a difference. If we were tanking, we would have let Gino go a long time ago and signed somebody like... We would have signed somebody like Easton Stick. We would have gotten rid of Tyler Lockett. All the deals from the last couple days are being made official. I'm not really going to talk about that stuff. That's not really interesting. Wow. Apparently there is some serious buzz that Aaron Rodgers is going to be the vice president for RFK. Apparently people are actually acting like it's real. Wow, that is wild. Yeah, there's some buzz that it's actually going to be Aaron Rodgers. And I guess he thinks that he can I guess he thinks that he can play and campaign at the same time. According to Jesse Ventura, he has not been contacted about the VP position and RFK has already made his decision. So it's if those two things are true, then it can't be Ventura. Michael Thomas to be a post June 1st release by the Saints. Can't imagine anybody being too interested in him. Hey, Big Patty. I think that's about it. Chick-fil-A's good. Yeah, Joe. Kind of been slow so far today as well. The last 2 days were definitely faster. We're already halfway through the day, and it feels like not much has been going on. Do you think McDonald is the right guy to turn Woolen around? He deserves the opportunity. I think it's too early to make any kind of a judgment on Woolen yet, but I'm aware of the possibility that he is a one-hit wonder. But even if he is, there is still definitely a way to use a guy who's that good in coverage. I'd say so, Caden, yeah. Devin White had a really rough season last year, and he's considered to be a little bit of a head case, to be undisciplined. Whoa. I think we just had a little bit of a stream hiccup, but I think we're okay now. I think the stream hiccup just now, but we're okay. What in the world is going on? Dolphins have officially released Xavier Howard. Guys, just try to just refresh the stream if I'm cutting out. I don't think there's anything going on this side anymore. I'm getting 6,000 kbps. I don't think it's anything that I'm doing. Devin White rumored to go to Philly. Okay. I hope we're not waiting for Bosa to get cut. He's just going to get hurt again. He always gets hurt, man. Man. Come on. Come on, NFL, do something. The YouTube phone app? Ah, that could be the problem, yeah. Per Mail Online, the Jets are upset with Aaron Rodgers because they think he's going to accept the VP job. I got nothing to say about that, Big Patty Daddy. Pure Bricks. Thank you for the basic membership. Welcome aboard. Peru Bricks. You are now a channel member. Welcome. Yeah, I did hear about the TikTok ban. I hate TikTok, and I do want it to get banned, but if it's going to get banned, it has to be banned for the right reasons, because it's a, spying app for China. If you don't ban it for that specific reason, then you're setting a very bad precedent. Excuse me. Okay. Eric Armstead officially released. Yeah, things didn't explode at 1 o'clock, so you can see people starting to trickle out of the stream. What's the deal with TikTok? Like 98% of the stuff on the site is really, really stupid and low effort and feeds short attention spans. I think it's making the world a much worse place by existing. I have not seen Clowney, Van Noy, or Wagner sign with anyone. Clowney was visiting Carolina, but they already kind of blew their load. I wonder how much money they still have left. No, I agree, Jason. I don't want it to be banned for that reason. I want people to stop using it for that reason. But the fact that it's a spying app for China, I think, is a valid reason to ban it. I'm just saying why I don't like it. I got I got a DM on X. Hello, I'm a single mom raising 5 kids on my own. Just when I was worried about my life, I joined a globally recognized investment team. Now I make Okay. Okay. We're deleting that. Asagi, I do think those people have a valid point, especially because banning TikTok could establish a precedence that allows other websites and apps to get banned as well. She said she made $2,000 a day. Which does sound pretty sweet, but, you know. We tendered Michael Jackson. Ooh. Yes, we did. All right, guys. We have a move. Original FA tender. Okay. CB Mike Jackson tender. Okay, so how much is the original? Okay, it's 3.116. So I'll just put 3.1 M. All right. Mike Jackson has been tendered. If anybody wants to sign him, they have to offer him more than 3.1, and they have to give us a 5th round pick. So unlikely to happen. And we also tendered John Radigan. Right of first refusal on him. I think that's 2 point, or that's actually about 3 million. That I don't know about for Radigan. I don't know if we're going to keep that up. I don't know if that's going to hold. I don't know if Radigan's going to be worth that much. Remember, guys, tenders can be lifted at any time. The Mike Jackson tender, I believe, is 3.1, and I think the John Radigan tender is 3. Jake Curhan not tendered. Okay. All right, we got to cut a video on this one. We actually did some stuff. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. We are officially into free agency. We are officially less than half an hour into the actual free agency period. We are here on stream. We are here dissecting it. Obviously, things didn't go crazy at the deadline because a lot of the bigger moves had already been announced over the previous couple days. But one thing interesting that does happen when the clock rolls over to 1 p.m. on the day of free agency is you see some players get tendered if they're exclusive rights free agents or restricted free agents. And in the case of the Seattle Seahawks, they have now offered tenders to 2 of their restricted free agents. And one of them was kind of expected and I think a good thing. And the other one is a little more confusing to me, although maybe not given what the Seahawks have done otherwise in free agency so far. So let's go in order here. The first thing that got announced, cornerback Mike Jackson has been tendered at the original round level. So what that means is Mike Jackson has been tendered a $3.1 million 1-year deal. And he has to take it, or else he can retire, I guess, or just not play football this year. He can't just decline it and go to another team. He's restricted. So he can either take that or beg to be let go or retire or just sit out football for a year. Basically, those are his choices. But assuming he takes it, which I'm sure he will, it's a 1-year, $3.1 million deal. And if a team wants to take him from the Seahawks, they have to offer him more than the tender, 3.1, and they have to give the Seahawks a 5th round pick. Because the 5th round pick is where Mike Jackson was originally drafted. So with Mike Jackson getting tendered here, we've made it very likely that he's going to be here, because I don't think any team is going to be willing to give up that money and that draft pick for him. So Jackson comes back on a $3.1 million deal, which I think he's worth. I think he's a pretty decent player. Played fairly well last year in limited duty. Good tackler. Had moments in coverage. There's some good stuff and some bad stuff there. But I did say before the free agency started, I think we needed to bring back Jackson because of some uncertainty about Woolen's future. However, I do find it interesting that we brought back Artie Burns and then did this as well. And that has me thinking we have some kind of plan for another cornerback on this team. Maybe Kobe Bryant, maybe Trey Brown. Feels like there's some room. Feels like either somebody's going to get moved to safety permanently, or somebody's just going to get booted out of here. So I don't know which one it is. Obviously, a lot of people talk about moving Kobe Bryant to safety, which that could work. Some people talk about moving Trey Brown to safety. That could work. Maybe Witherspoon moves to safety and becomes the Kyle Hamilton guy. Maybe somebody's getting traded. But as I look at this cornerback room right now, I see Witherspoon and Woolen. I see Trey Brown, Kobe Bryant, and now I see Mike Jackson, Artie Burns. Feels like one of those guys needs to either move to safety or go to another team. So I'm interested to see where this goes. By the way, don't forget, Julian Love plays a little bit of slot corner himself, so you could kind of include him in the mix. So I'm looking at an overabundance of corners, and I wonder what's going to happen here. I wonder, although I don't really want to get into this too much, is there some kind of nuclear option on the table, and we're planning on moving Woolen? Is that even possible? I hope not, but I'm wondering a little bit. So I like the tender on Jackson, but I'm wondering what happens next. It is worth noting that you can lift a tender on a player at any point and you give them nothing. We could rescind the tag on Jackson or this other guy that we've tendered at any time and we owe them nothing. And that could happen. But as of right now, I suspect that Jackson's part of the plan, because he got an amount of money that I assume is to be significantly more than what Artie Burns got, and I think he's a better and more exciting player than Artie Burns. The second player that we tendered right after Jackson was John Radigan. This one is a little more curious to me. This one is a little bit more confusing to me. Linebacker John Radigan tendered at the right of first refusal level, which is just under $3 million. Just a shade under $3 million. That one, we haven't seen much from Radigan to tell us whether or not he's worth $3 million. I look at that one and I kind of go, you can't get John Radigan level performance from a guy who gets the veteran minimum. You can't just get somebody in UDFA that can give you most of what Radigan gives you. He's been around a little bit while. He offers a little bit of special teams value, but I don't know if I see this one. This might be one that I wouldn't mind seeing lifted at some point if we can secure our linebacker spot, and maybe that's what this is. Maybe the Seahawks are thinking along the lines of, let's keep this guy on hold in case we can't pick up linebackers in free agency, but assuming we do get a couple of guys in free agency, we can just lift the tag and just let him go. By the way, the $3 million tag is right of first refusal, so you only gain the ability to match any offer that Radigan gets, and nobody's going to offer Radigan more than $3 million, so that is not going to come into effect here. So yeah, I'm kind of wondering if maybe that's just a temporary measure so we can lock up a linebacker on a technical level, and then after after the next I don't know, month and a half, maybe we feel differently about things, and then we can lift the tender and let him go. He's obviously not a very big name player. He's obviously a special teamer as of right now. Maybe McDonald views him differently, but I doubt it. If he does, that's obviously a projection based off not much, because we haven't seen him play defense hardly at all. So yeah, that one, I kind of would like to see going somewhere else. I would like to see that $3 million invested elsewhere, unless there's something special in there that's just waiting to get out, and Mike McDonald feels like he can get it out. And I got to be honest, as someone who has watched every Seahawks game for decades now, I don't know if I see it. I don't know if I see it with John Radigan. All right, so that's the news. Tendered 2 of our restricted free agents. That also means everyone else was not tendered. So Daryl Taylor is hitting the bricks. Jake Curhan is hitting the bricks. I think Patrick O'Connell's out. I think Arquan Bush is out. Anybody else who was restricted in one way or another is presumably moving on. If we wanted them, we would have tendered them one way or the other, I'm sure. So it looks like the party is over for that crew, and no big complaints there. I would have considered maybe tendering Ty Okada, but it's not a big deal. And yeah, Mike Jackson 3.1, John Radigan 3. I'm interested to see what happens with Radigan, but Jackson to me was kind of a no-brainer because he's worth that money, and I think that there may be a place for him on this team. But again, what happens next in the cornerback? All right, see you guys later. Go Hawks. Going to continue to stream for the next few hours here as things happen. And welcome back, Jackson. Welcome back, Radigan, for the moment. Let me get that up. Ooh, we got ourselves a gifted member bomb, people. John Stillwell has just gifted 20 memberships on the channel, and a bunch of people are about to become members. Rampancy, Lion of Lannister, J. Epps, Green 80, Caleb Yost, have a great day. Jay, Derpy Squid, Brando, Chris Vibilix, Dacian, The Truth Is I Know It, Jack, Carmine Burkhart, Sack of Mucus, Just Tags, Nicholas Cahoon, Philip Simons, and Mike Smith. I think that's the biggest member bomb that this channel has ever seen. Thank you so much to John Stillwell, and congratulations to everybody who just got a membership. I just Googled Mike Jackson to get a picture for the thumbnail, and I wasn't thinking very hard about it, and guess what came up? Guess what a bunch of pictures came up of? Yeah, that 2020 draft didn't look that bad at first, but it's ended. Raiders released Brian Hoyer and Jerry Tillery. Jerry Tillery bouncing around the league for a while, it feels like, don't it? Thank you, Jay Epps. I appreciate that. I'll mute the membership sound. The GIF will still keep playing, but you guys won't be able to hear the audio now. I think that's better. Chargers got Gus Edwards, yeah. And by the way, that puts us 4 members short of the March goal, which is 150. And at that point, I think, I'll check in a second here, I think I unlock another emoji slot. I'm going to have to check that. Jimmy Garoppolo released, yeah. We all knew that was happening. Well, Commanders cut Howell. I mean, he's cheap. They can keep him as a backup. Yeah, Mike Jackson's not bad at all. He had a rough preseason last year. Oh, boy. All right, Seahawks did some stuff, guys. Stuff is happening. Get up and walk around to work off the energy after that one. I don't think we extend Julian Love. I wouldn't mind doing it. I've met Norbcam a few times, Caden J. Yeah. I would not look at Xavier Howard. Not interested. Thoughts on adding Clowney, Wagner, and Van Noy too much to our edge room? I think you only add one between Clowney and Van Noy. I don't think you add both. Yeah, I think Taylor's gone, guys. There's no way he would be kept on something cheaper than the RFA tag. Isaiah Simmons does kind of suck, but that could easily have something to do with how he was used. I do think 3 million's too much for Radigan. Yeah, that one, I don't know. That one I expect to get rescinded or something because I don't see how we justify giving a guy like Radigan 3 million. What does he do that you can't get from a veteran minimum guy? I think we're going to get a comp pick for Bobby. Probably not for Taylor, but maybe he signs for more money than I'm expecting. Ooh. Panthers release Bradley Bozeman, Von Bell, and Hayden Hurst. Frank D, welcome to Elite Channel membership. Thank you. We are now 3 members away from 150, and let me check something here. I haven't looked at this stuff in a while. I need, 3 more members to upload another emoji. I need to get rid of some of these, man. Yeah, okay, right now we have Gino, Woolen, 2 Metcalfs, a Pete Carroll, a Brendan, Tyler Lockett, Sherman Super Bowl 49, Cam Chancellor, Jamal Adams, Walter Jones, Marshawn Lynch, Steve Largent, Daryl Taylor, and Ken Walker. I think we get rid of Taylor and we get rid of Jamal, and then we have a new one hopefully later today. How do you get elite? You click join, and then there should be an upgrade opportunity. Oh, we just got more gifted memberships, everybody. We just got 5 gifted memberships. mjseahawk, thank you so much. Bales, Patron, Flag, Sabbath, Metcalf Season, Sean Hines. Congratulations, you picked up the gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Okay, we have made it to 152 members, I think. Yeah. So that means we've hit the monthly goal. And I think that means I can go ahead and add emojis. Okay. What should the new emoji be? Mike McDonald? Or Witherspoon? Taylor got extended? Really? Okay. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, Seahawks have reached an agreement to extend Daryl Taylor before the RFA deadline. Okay. How much? How much here? How much are we talking? Ganxion. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but welcome to basic membership. Thank you. Gashion, I think is how you pronounce that. Like I have any idea. Interesting. Could we have possibly extended him for less than the RFA tag? I find that hard to believe, but that's the only way where this is going to make sense. I find it hard to believe he's worth more than that. Anyone know if I can... Thank you for the member message, Big Patty Daddy member for 14 months. Anyone know if I can donate MBR on app? What is MBR? Oh, um, I think you. Oh, I see, Big Patty Daddy. Membership. I don't know. Click the join button, and maybe there's a way. Wait a minute. No, you would have to click where you super chat, and I think there's an option to gift memberships instead of super chatting. Yeah, Von Bell got released. I did see that. I want to see how much the Daryl Taylor extension is before I say anything. Maybe we got him for like literally vet minimum. If we got him for like vet minimum, then it's fine. Especially with a new coaching staff coming in that might be able to get something new out of him. But I want to see what this extension looks like. Yeah, Sean, I mean, Daryl Taylor is not a good player. He does get too much hate. I do completely agree with that. But he's not a good player. And I would have preferred to move on, but I want to see this price. Dude, we're still getting rid of the Taylor emoji. Nobody's going to use it. Okay, so... Hmm. If we gave Taylor more than the tag, which would have been like, what, 3 million, then I think that's a disaster. Even if you like him, you get him for one more year at 3 million bucks, just do that. So if it's less than 3 million, that's totally fine. Two years, 5.73 for Taylor? Is it, can anyone confirm? Oh, we tendered Brady Russell. We have tendered Brady Russell. And he's probably going to cost like 900,000. Can anyone confirm 5.73 for 2 years on Taylor? Because I'm not seeing it anywhere official. Brady Russell, he's a backup tight end. So now we have our whole tight end room. Unless we draft somebody, then we probably cut Brady Russell. Because that tender is literally free to cut. So one way or the other, we're fine. So that one's cool. But I still want to see confirmation on the amount of Taylor's extension. Brady Russell was the guy we picked up from the Eagles last year when was it Colby who got hurt? Yeah, that's got to be the whole tight end room. And I don't think Brady Russell makes it to the season, honestly. Yeah, I know we re-signed Taylor. I've seen that. I'm just trying to figure out for how much before I pass judgment on it. $3.6 for Rudolph? Who's Rudolph? Oh, Mason Rudolph. There we go. Okay, that's more than I would have been willing to give him, honestly. Okay, guys. I uploaded a potential new emoji. I'm not sure if that's going to actually be the one I use, but I did want to have a placeholder up just so we reserve the spot. So any minute now, you guys should be, if you're a member in the chat, you should be able to utilize the new emoji. Just wait for it to come up and it'll be there soon. Eric Kendricks did go to San Fran, yes. Still waiting for details on Taylor. Chargers linebacker Amen Ogbongbemiga is going to the Bears. Well, if I'm counting correctly, Brady Russell's tender is $915,000. So less than $1 million. 1 year, $3 million for Armon Watts. Okay. Okay, there we go. New emoji is in. Again, that's a placeholder. I don't know if it's going to be the final one. It depends on if people think it's good enough. But that is the new emoji for members in chat. It's probably not all that hard to see who that emoji, what that emoji is supposed to represent. That was from the Pick Six. Yes, we tendered Miles Adams yesterday. Mason Rudolph, pretty dang cheap, but Not unhappy about missing that one. All right. That's a pretty good deal, actually, for Tennessee, I think. I'd rather have Rudolph for that much than Sam Darnold for 10. I know that. All right, I think we caught up. Wait, what? Wait. Hold on a minute here. I'm not seeing anything from Condota. Pretty sure orange for Bob. I'm not fault. Wait. I follow Condota. And I don't see anything from him. Yeah, Condota didn't tweet anything. OBJ didn't get released. OBJ's a free agent. He just didn't get re-signed. That's more than what Clowney's probably going to get. Some people are saying it's a 2-year deal. Where's that coming from? I haven't even seen that. I don't think so, Caleb. And if we did, we would have lost it because we signed Pharaoh Brown. So, do you guys think the new emoji is fine? I'm not very good at making emojis, and they're hard on YouTube anyway because of how small they are. So, you guys tell me. All right, screw it. I think I need to go ahead and make a video. Yeah, we don't have details on Taylor yet, but I'm going to go ahead and make a video because we have some information on it. Okay. All right. All right, everybody. Plot twist. A little bit of a plot twist here. At the end of my previous video, just a handful of minutes ago, I said that it looked like we hadn't tendered anybody else, which meant that we were not going to keep guys like Daryl Taylor. We weren't going to keep guys like Ty Okada, guys like Brady Russell. Well, as it turns out, I spoke just a little bit too soon on at least some of that. Possibly all of it, but it looks like information about the tenders that we offered are coming out after the start of free agency, and it looks like we have actually done some stuff. Like, for instance, it was announced that we did tender Brady Russell. Brady Henderson actually announced that. We tendered him. I believe the amount on the tender for him is $915,000, which That's totally fine, obviously. He's a third string tight end. That's third string tight end money. He will probably not make it to the season with that tender amount. I imagine we withdraw it at some point if we can. But just in case we can't find another tight end, we can keep him around for a little bit here. So that's totally fine. But this video, mainly, I want to talk about something very surprising that has been announced over the last couple of minutes here. And I was waiting to see if we would get details, but we haven't yet. But I feel like I need to say something about this because this is going to be a surprise to a lot of people. The Seahawks have re-signed, not tendered. They have re-signed Darrell Taylor. They have re-signed Darrell Taylor. We don't know exactly what, we don't know exactly how, but the Seattle Seahawks have decided to keep him around as the presumable fourth edge. So, first of all, this pretty much closes the door on adding to the edge room, I think. Because, again, if this was a tender that you put on Taylor, you could lift it at any time, pretty much. Can't do that now. You can't lift the Taylor when you lift the tender on Taylor when you don't use it. So you're kind of committed to him for at least this one season. So I don't see any way we can add to the edge room now. So I don't think a lot of people wanted to anyway, but in case you were thinking about that, that kind of closes the door on it. So there's that. The second part is, I mean, Darrell Taylor is not that good, right? Like Darrell Taylor, he was a guy that a lot of people were sick of and happy to be potentially moving off of. But this move tells me that somebody in this club really likes him. Maybe it's Mike McDonald. Maybe he showed up and was like, no, I can get great stuff out of this guy. Let's keep him around. I will figure it out. Trust me. But at the end of the day, before I can really pass judgment here, because, I mean, I agree with those sentiments, right? Darrell Taylor is not that good of a player. Darrell Taylor is a very frustrating player. And despite him putting up good numbers over the last several years, I think that a lot of people kind of feel like it would be a relief to have him off the team. I'm not necessarily one of those people, but here's what I'm going to say about the re-signing of Taylor. If it's more than the tender amount, I think that sucks. Even if you like him, just tender him and see how it works for 1 year under McDonald. Unless you got a deal here. So whenever we get the details on this contract, if it's like 1 year, 3 million or less, then okay. Well, no problem with that. That's less than the tender amount. And while it is a little bit more committing, it also saves a little bit of cap space. And you could potentially leverage that cap space into something else. And you get 1 more year of a relatively young player for cheap who does offer some desirable skill sets. If it's more than the tender, that's a problem. And there was one guy who trolled on X that it's 3 years, 24 million. That would just kill me. That would just kill me if it's 3 years, 24. But that was a troll. There was another thing I saw that said it was 2 years, 5.7 million. That would be okay. 2 years, 5.7. That's less than 3 million per year. That would be fine. But again, that's kind of the line I'm drawing here. If it's less than the tender amount, which I think was about 3.1 million, or call it 3 million, then fine. But if it's more than that, I'm just confused. Even if you like him, exercise the tender when you have the ability to. Like, you as an NFL organization have weapons that you utilize in negotiating with your players. Don't be afraid to use them. Even if you like him, then like him on your own time, right? Like, don't like him and then give him a bunch of stuff that you don't need to give him before you need to give it to him. So, interested to see where this goes. I'll make another video later today when we find out contract details. But, yeah, Brady Russell is back, but Darrell Taylor is back, and that's definitely the talk of the town right now. I didn't think there was any way he was going to come back after they said they didn't tender him. All right. See you guys later. Go Hawks. And to be determined on this one. But if it's more than 3 million a year, then I'm going to object to that pretty strongly. I got to be honest. Still no money. Still no money tweets. Still no tweets about money on Taylor, by the way. So if you see some theme in chat, that person's probably just being a jackwagon. I don't like Taylor, but I have no problem acknowledging that he's worth less than $3 million for 1 year. Like, not everything in the world is black and white. You can be a very deeply flawed, not very good player and still be worth a couple million. Would you draft Chop Robinson? I don't know about Chop, man. I don't know. I like most of it, but I don't know if I would draft him at 16. I would draft Alice Turner at 16. I know that. All right. All right. Still nothing. Still nothing on Taylor. And Patrick Queen basically got a 1 year deal. Whoa, whoa, guys. Titans sniped Calvin Ridley. Yo, sniped. Sniped, baby. Yes, the Taylor signing is real, Big Patty Daddy. We just don't know the amount. Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley. Good for him. Okay, so first of all, now that I have a chance to actually focus on chat, do you guys think the Witherspoon emoji's okay? You guys think the Witherspoon emoji's all right? Okay, good. Now I want to replace the Jamal Adams one. All right. Okay, the Jamal Adams emoji has been replaced. Oh, Jenkins, all right. Okay. Here we go. Let's get some details in this house. Veteran safety Rayshon Jenkins. Agreed to terms with the Seahawks. What are the terms? We don't know yet. But I'm going to throw him onto the list here. I'd like to get details on money before I make the video if possible. At least a little something. Yeah, he visited Seattle. 3 years, 9 mil? Where are you seeing that? He was okay last year, okay the year before, okay the year before that. Good in 2020. So he's been a relatively stable player for a little while now. At was saying it. I'm not seeing it anywhere officially yet. Oh, we got another one, guys. George Fant. We have signed George Fant, who I actually talked about quite a bit during the off season, and he was somebody I did want to sign. All right. George Fant back to Seattle. I like that, actually. I think we needed somebody like that because we don't know what's going on with Abe. And also remember, Fant can be left tackle. Fant can play left tackle. He's done it plenty of times before. I like that one. Fat. Fat. Fat, fat, fat. Crap. Now I'm going to have to make one video for both Rayshawn and George. Can we get any hints of details on money? We're getting it for these other players. All right, screw it. Do you think that's foreshadowing the worst for Abe? No. No, I think we're just being cautious. I think if we were worried about Lucas in that way, we would probably draft somebody like Fuaga. Est. Okay, here we go. All right, people, things are happening rapid fire now. It is just after 2 p.m., and the Seahawks have decided to take their swings a little bit earlier than they usually do during the early part of free agency, and they've made themselves a pair of outside signings. So we don't know the money yet. We don't know the contracts yet. So there's a lot we don't know. As of this moment, I'm looking at my X feed. I'm looking at all the Seattle beat reporters. Nobody said anything about a contract amount or length yet. So I'm not going to comment on that stuff. We'll get that information later, and then I'll comment on it. I don't even know if we're going to lose compensatory picks for this because I don't think we lose for Jenkins because he was cut, but we could for Fant, but I'm not going to comment on that until we know the money, because that's going to affect whether or not the compensatory picks are affected. But the Seattle Seahawks have made 2 signings in like the last 10 minutes here. We've got Rayshawn Jenkins, the safety, most recently of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who we visited with a few days before free agency start. Then he visited with like the Niners and Packers. Ultimately lands here in Seattle. 30-year-old safety. Been pretty solid over the last couple years. Not extraordinary. Not anything over the top special. And at his age, he is probably capped out. He's not going to become some all-pro all of a sudden. But he is a pretty solid, effective veteran that is capable of starting in this league and putting together good reps in this league. So we have another starting safety. For the moment, anyway, he's a starting safety, and probably will be unless we land somebody like Tyler Nubbin. And we also signed our second signing in the last 10 minutes, which came right after Jenkins, George Fant. George Fant, you guys may remember him because he used to be a Seattle Seahawk before he went to the New York Jets, then the Houston Texans. Swing tackle. Guy can play some right tackle, guy can play some left tackle. When he was here, I always felt like he was actually a little better at left tackle than right tackle, but he can play both. He's played both over the last couple years. He even plays a little bit of tight end. I don't know if you guys remember that, but we actually threw him a pass or two in I think it was 2019. I think he caught a couple passes. So I don't know if we'll see much of that, but he now provides offensive line depth for Abraham Lucas, namely, while also at the same time providing options at left tackle if things get really bad over there. So I like this one. I really like the George Fant signing. That was something that I wanted to do before free agency started. He was one of the things I listed in my video. I wanted to bring in Fant for tackle depth because I needed a veteran that I felt good about. I didn't want someone like Kurhan. I didn't want a rookie who I had no idea if he was going to be ready. I felt like because of the situation with Lucas, we needed something stable there, and Fant is that, while also providing depth at other positions. So I think that that one's great. Jenkins, I admittedly know a little bit less about, but it's really going to depend for me on the money because I'm looking at what these other safeties are getting. Like a guy like Kevin Byard got $7.5 million over 2 years. If Jenkins gets around there, that's going to perturb me a little bit because I don't think Jenkins is anywhere near as good as Kevin Byard even now. I'm going to look at what some of these other safeties got in free agency, like CJ Gardner Johnson got, what was it, like 11 million a year. I'm going to take a look at other safeties and just try to compare because there were safeties that went for pretty reasonable costs. Even earlier today, we had Jordan Whitehead go for 2 years, 10.5. So if Jordan Whitehead slips through at about 5.2 million, 5.3 million a year, I think Jenkins should probably be less than that. So that's kind of my point of scrutiny here. But the player seems pretty good, not spectacular, but he's going to hold down the fort until we can address the position long term. Some people are saying that Jenkins got 3 years, 9 million, which would be really good. I think that if it's 3 years, 9 million, that's very agreeable and totally fine. A little more long term than I would like, but who cares? At 3 years, 9 million, you could be a backup and it's totally fine. Like paying a backup safety that amount is uh copacetic with me. And Fant, again, I want to see the money, but I like the concept of the signing. I thought we were going to have to give him like 3 million. Hopefully it's around there. And yeah, free agency is bumping along and moving. We're filling out the roster. We're filling out some depth here. I feel a little bit better now than I did before. Still want to learn about these contracts, but the roster is being clearly filled out. All right, I'll see you guys later. Go Hawks. More videos coming when more things happen or we get more information. But for right now, Seahawks signed veteran safety Rayshon Jenkins. As of right now, slotted to be a starter with Julian Love. And they sign swing tackle George Fant, currently slotted to be a backup behind Abe Lucas, which we needed. All right, see you guys later. Go Hawks. Okay, let me get that one up. Mike Wave RR, you haven't been trolling today, so I'm going to check in on that when I'm done here. Somebody do a jersey swap edit of George Fant. It's a 2-year deal. Okay, that's a little bit of information. We're not bumping Lucas to guard. He's too tall to play guard. If he tries to play guard, it's going to be a disaster. 2 years, 9 million. Where were you seeing 2 years, 9 million? Nick Folk with the Titans. Yeah, Fant is a backup for Abe Lucas with versatility enough to play on the left side as well. So, yes, Rayshon Jenkins does not count against compensation picks because he was cut. However, Fant might. It depends on how much money he got. Jenkins was the #1 zone safety in the NFL last year based on what metrics? That could go a few different ways. All right. How old is Nick Folk, by the way? Isn't he like old? I feel like he's been around forever. Target EPA. Okay. I dig it. Are we not running out of cap space? These signings shouldn't affect cap space that much. George Fant just tweeted out home. I feel like I missed a super chat. Yes. Pascal Coons, thank you for the CHF2. What is a CHF? It's a Swiss franc. Thank you for the $2.28 approximately. I think we extended Daryl Taylor Seahawks TV. We did. I think Fant does have long arms, yes. Favorite Madden game? The one I played the most was 05. That was my Madden. 05. No, 05 was Ray Lewis. Okay. Let me update the super chat total because, again, I have to do it manually. Because Stream Elements picked this week of all weeks to not cooperate with me. And by the way, we are now up to 16,916 subscribers, so we are 84 short of the end of month goal. All right, guys. I am going to take a break. I have been sitting here for about 2.5 hours now. I need to get up. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Hopefully, by the time I get back, we have more information. Everyone have fun in chat, but not too much fun, if you know what I mean. And I'll be back. Okay, I am back, and I am being told that Bobby Wagner is going to the Washington Commanders. Oh boy. Do we have any new information on contracts? I do hate him going to the Commodes, though. Bobby deserves better than the Commodes. Yeah, guys, Bobby was never gonna. 8.5 million. That might be a 4th round pick, but I think it's going to end up being a 5th. Jacob Joaquin, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. Okay, you found a home, and I think we're going to get our comp pick back out of it. I think it will be a 5th, by the way. Compensatory 5th. So, the question is, do we lose a pick for Fant? We won't know that until we see the money. No, Cody Barton's not there anymore, guys. Cody Barton's a free agent. We could sign him. We could sign Cody Barton. I mean, the Seahawks already said that they weren't going to bring back Wagner. I don't know why anybody's upset about this. And there's reason why. Jenkins is a strong safety, move Love to free safety. I think Jenkins might do better at free safety, and Love might do better at strong safety. But remember, safety is interchangeable in McDonald's scheme. Both safeties need to be able to do both roles. Barton's not slow. He's bad at everything else, but he's not slow. He's actually one of the fastest linebackers in the league. Daisy, thank you for the $1.99. Where was Jenkins on your list of players? I didn't have him because he was a cut. I didn't know he was going to be available until they released him recently. So I never actually looked at him because I didn't think he was going to be available. Oh, I see what you're saying, Tommy. We should get a compensation pick for Bobby. Yeah, I think it'll be a 5th rounder, which makes up for the one we lost on signing Brown. Yes. All right, everybody. Good afternoon. We've got a little more than 2 hours left in the streaming day, and another thing has happened to the Seattle Seahawks. The Seahawks have been busy today, but so have other teams. And another team has taken a player that was a Seahawk last year, and this is a pretty big one. This is one that some people are going to be not very happy about. This is one that is going to rub people the wrong way because this guy is a legend. But realistically, while all those things are true, I think we all know that it didn't make a lot of sense to continue to keep this particular guy around. Getting old, not the player he used to be, but it's still going to be weird to see him in another uniform next year. Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner has moved on to the Washington Commanders. The Washington Commanders with Dan Quinn. So, I mean, that makes sense, right? Bobby Wagner goes to the Commanders 1 year, $8.5 million. So, a significant raise over what he made in Seattle last year. And I think that is obviously the goal when you're going to the Commanders right now. They're paying everybody. So why not pay an old linebacker in Bobby Wagner? And I'm not upset about this because I believed the team when they said a couple days ago they were considered unlikely to re-sign him. And I was cool with that because I understand that he probably can't do the things that Mike McDonald wants his linebackers to do. Now, I understand that at this moment we don't have linebackers, but the season does not start next week. The season does not start next month. The season is a good 6 months away still, so I'm not sweating that. It is way too early to start thinking along those lines. At the end of the day, I think that the statement from the team saying they were unlikely to bring Bobby Wagner back indicates that they knew he wouldn't be able to do the things that they needed him to do. Now, I kind of feel bad for Bobby because it looks like he's going to finish his career on a pretty bad team in Washington. But at the same time, I know Washington's trying to reestablish themselves as a quality franchise. And the hiring of a coach like Dan Quinn, their new owners, and all the money they're spending this offseason might be able to push him towards that. So I'm good. I'm not going to say I'm happy. I am happy we didn't pay Bobby $8.5 million. I'll say that. If we would have had to have matched that to keep him, that's not something I would have been on board for as someone who loves Bobby. He's my favorite player. But there's definitely going to be a little bit of a odd feeling seeing him suit up for the Commanders next year. Good for him. Wishing him the best until we play Washington down the line. And yeah, Bobby Wagner, $8.5 million. That should net us a compensation pick that not only makes up for the one we lost yesterday on Pharaoh Brown, but exceeds it. Because we lost the 6th, I think this contract gets us a 5th, but we'll see for sure later. All right, Bobby Wagner gone to the Washington Commanders, and Seattle still looking for linebackers. It's starting to get thin out there, admittedly, but they've done a pretty good job addressing some other needs, so they can start to focus on this. All right, the beat rolls on. We still got another 2 hours and 10 minutes or so on stream. I'll see you guys later. Go Hawks. Bobby Wagner, 1 year, $8.5 million to the Commanders, and no more Bobby Wagner in Seattle. Does Washington have Ken Norton Jr. on their coaching staff? I think they do. That's probably part of this too. Even though it led to great things happening, this makes me even more disappointed that the Seahawks didn't make the playoffs last year, because that would have been Bobby's last playoff run, and now he's probably never going to get another one. This is probably it for him. Washington's probably not making the playoffs. Yeah, we were talking about that, Columbo. Jenkins has been graded out really well in some areas. I think the signing's pretty good. I want to see the contract, though, before I commit to that too hard. Depends on how much Tannehill wants, Brian. I wouldn't be against it, but what's he going to need? You know what's crazy? We're going to be paying our safeties a combined probably like 12 million next year, and they're probably going to be just as big a positive impact as Adams and Diggs were, right? We were paying Diggs and Adams all that money on long-term deals. We are probably going to get similar results out of our line safeties this year for like what, 1/3 the cost. Had you looked into Jenkins a little bit? He seems pretty good to me. It'll be a 6th rounder. I think at that amount it'll be like a 5th, but either way. Certainly better than Curhan. Curhan tried his hardest, but was a very limited player. Sounds like it's around 6 million. He's probably going to meet those incentives, though, Gravy Train. He's Bobby Wagner. He's a stat machine. Yeah, they have. Washington has Ken Norton Jr. as the linebacker coach. So that makes a ton of sense. Man, Washington is signing a ton. I don't know if it'll help that much. God, come on. Give me contract details. Yeah, Kingzo. I mean, it makes more sense if he's going to a place like Washington, right? Like, he went to Washington, so it makes sense that he would want a ton of money. By the way, guys, the new emoji is on. I don't know if anybody's used it yet. I haven't seen it yet. But the new emoji has been uploaded. It has replaced the Jamal Adams one. So feel free. Yeah, that's the Witherspoon one. That was earlier today. Yeah, there we go. Patron got it. Patron or Patron got it. Infant play guard. I don't think he's ever done it before. Six five, so theoretically it's possible. But I don't think he's ever done it before, so it's kind of an unknown. Yeah, I can't find any snaps he ever played at guard. Yeah, guys, PFF sucks at evaluating zone safeties. Yeah, PFF has a massive hole in their ability to evaluate that particular area. I thought that Jenkins can't tackle just like Diggs. I'd have to look into that. No, I think this is Wagner trying to get one last paycheck. If he's going to go to a team like the Commanders that is clearly rebuilding and not very good, should go get paid, and he's going to make a pretty decent amount. So the Clowney thing was fake news, right? All right, let's see. Did anybody get signed off my list that I didn't see get signed yet? I don't think anybody on screen. Oh, well, Wagner. Okay, there we go. Tyrell Dodson, Devondre Campbell, Troy Reader, Clowney, Diggs, Edmonds, Wallace, Fuller, Tannehill, Uzoma, Hooper. Wait, Austin Hooper got signed, didn't he? Can somebody in chat confirm? I think Austin Hooper got signed early this morning. I feel like I saw that somewhere, but it might have been a fever dream. So somebody tell me if it was a fever dream or not. Comp picks are for 2025. Yes, he did. Okay, good. Thank you. I think we're caught up then. The list is getting short. I'm going to have to add some names to the list. Maybe do a depth tier. Yeah, comp picks are for 2025, not this upcoming draft. Bobby comp pick will be a fifth? Okay. So I think we have a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth, and we might lose the sixth depending on what Fant got. Yeah, Caleb. The Niners got Eric Kendricks, so Bobby was off the menu for them, I think. You think we are interested in Devin White? No, I don't. he's got red flags all over him. He's very talented, but seems like kind of a doofus. Guys, we don't know what the cap is. We don't know what these contracts look like. We need way more information before I can say anything about cap space. I don't think Buddha's available, Diane. It looks like he's still stuck in Arizona, which surprises me, but... 2 hours left on the stream, people. 2 hours left. And there's no way we do anything else today, right? We actually did quite a bit. So, now that we're winding down a little bit from all that action that just happened, let's talk about some things. So, tomorrow, couple things. The stream is going to be segmented. I'm going to turn the stream on tomorrow morning at 9. I'm going to stream until 12. Then I'm going to turn the stream off for, well, actually, probably more like 12:30. I'm going to turn the stream off. I'm going to do some things. And then I'm probably going to turn the stream back on at around 1:45 to 2. So I might miss some stuff. I'm going to be gone for basically an hour and a half. Can't avoid it. I will be hopefully not missing anything big, but I may. Just can't be avoided. So first stream goes offline at about 12:30. And then there will be a second stream that starts at around 2, let's say. Maybe it'll start a little bit earlier, but you're probably looking at around 2. So, just so everybody knows, it's going to be chopped up tomorrow. It's going to be basically 3.5 hours on the front and then like 3 hours on the back. I'm going to try to keep the break to about an hour. But we'll see. I have something going on that's a little more important tomorrow afternoon. So that's what's going on tomorrow. Now, that tomorrow night, I should be doing the stream with the Hawks Nest, so we'll be able to talk about free agency stuff a bunch. We re-signed Phil Haynes at left guard just so we have one. What about Peyton Wilson from NC State? He's nice. He's nice. But the injury history with him is a big concern. Jonathan Bullard got 1 year for 3.25. I'll put 3.3. Round up. I think the comp pick is going to end up being about a fifth rounder, Hamza. Also, as for tonight, while we're here real quick, tonight I plan on streaming a watch along on Twitch of episodes 17 through 20 of Neon Genesis Evangelion 90s dub. So if you want to participate in that watch along or just be in the Twitch stream talking to me and talking to people while I'm watching it, it's again episodes 17 through 20. There's the link to my Twitch channel. Go over there, follow me, and tune in later tonight. Can't get a fourth for Bobby because he played more than 10 years and isn't a quarterback. Yeah, I think it's going to be a fifth. Yeah, we got through episode 16 last night. It's getting really interesting. It's getting really good. This is like where things really start to go. And we're going to do another 4 episodes tonight. I don't know exactly when. I might not be able to start it until like 9:30, somewhere in there. But I'll start it when I can. Will be a sixth. I think it might depend on whether or not he hits the incentives or not, which I think he will. He pretty much always puts up stats. That's his thing. Neville Gallimore to the Dolphins. Cashman was only a sixth? Huh. Wait a minute. Brooks was a fifth, wasn't he? Brooks was like 8.7, potentially up to 10, and that was a fifth. So is that the line? Neville Gallimore, okay. I thought we might be in on Neville Gallimore a little bit because of the connection with Aiden Dirty. No word on the money yet, but Neville Gallimore is going to the Dolphins. Oh, Brooks is 10 million, so that's like the line between a fifth and a sixth. Wait a minute, Kenneth Murray signed? Who did Kenneth Murray sign with? I missed that. I didn't have him on my list because he sucks. But who did Kenneth Murray sign with? Titans, okay. How? Why did they pay him that much? He's not even good. Yeah, exactly. Why did Kenneth Murray get all that money? Just read an article that called Colby Parkinson a block first tight end. He's not a bad blocker. I will say that. Better than expected, but I certainly wouldn't call him block first. John Hankins, that would be nice. You could probably get him super cheap. I think it's weird that what happens unrelated to a signing can affect the value of the comp pick. Yeah, Volume 2 is my favorite in the trilogy, Caden J. Discussion of using Daryl Taylor as a middle linebacker. I mean, I can't really say much about it because we've never seen him do it. We have no idea if he can do it. Zietler, I don't think he's a scheme fit. Jacques 2 cents. He's probably not going to be able to do the zone blocking stuff we're looking for. Patano at 16, yeah. All over that. We'll get linebackers eventually, guys. Don't worry about it. There's still plenty of actually pretty viable linebackers out there. Nobody that I'm super excited about. But there are some options here. I did that a couple years ago. I don't know if I'm going to do it again. You think Fatanu will be better than Barton at left guard? I really think Barton can be the best left guard in the NFL one day. Am I nuts? I think so. But even if he's not, there's additional value in Barton because he has tackle versatility. He can bump out easily to tackle in an emergency. Well, this will probably be Bobby's last season in the NFL. How much longer do you think he wants to do this? Yeah, I wonder why they did cut him. I guess they needed the money to give to Calvin Ridley. Oops. Bush is a free agent. What are your thoughts on our moves or lack there of interest in free agency? What do you think about sending a third on draft day to get him? Who's him? But I'm fine so far, Big Grizz Gaming. I'm cool. Oh, Fields? No. Stop trying to make Fields happen. Fields is garbage. Fields is ass. We need a left guard, period, tired Canadian. Honestly, I think we might re-sign Phil Haynes to be our left guard just so we have one nominally. What do you think of Daryl Taylor with a new coach? I mean, I'm not optimistic, but I want to see what this contract looks like before I have a reaction to it. I don't think we'll go for Cameron Curl now, and that's totally fine. But I don't think we're totally done at safety. I don't want to commit to like, oh, everything's great now. We've got Love, we've got Jenkins, and then we've got a bunch of guys who might be able to play safety. We need depth. Yeah, I saw the trade deadline getting pushed back vote, which I like. I think that's a good idea. Harrison Smith restructures contract with the Vikings to stick in Minnesota. I forgot Harrison Smith was still out there, man. Justin Blackman is still out there. Yes, he is. I wouldn't hate that. But it depends on how we view Jenkins. Maybe we're just really happy with Jenkins and Love as the starters. And now we're just going to look for backups or young studs that we love to take over in the coming days. Jenkins is pretty good. Fant is good depth. Oh, Jarek Reed, he tore his ACL. Jarek Reed tore his ACL last year. He's not going to be ready for the start of the season in all likelihood, so I'm not leaning on that at all. We might move Brian to safety, but we have no idea if he'll be able to do it or not, I don't think. I don't think we have anywhere near enough information to make that determination. Jamison Crowder to Commanders? 1 year? Okay. I'm not seeing it. Jonathan Sutherland? I don't know too much about Jonathan Sutherland. I don't see anything about Jamison Crowder. Josina Anderson? Another signing for the Commodes. Have you seen How to Train Your Dragon? No. You have a favorite music artist or band? Not really. I don't listen to enough music. Wings, not really. Wingless, excuse me. Ooh. Isaiah Simmons or Devin White? Probably Simmons. Bobby is a 6th round comp. What's the determiner there? Oh, shoot. I put Crowder in the wrong column. Sorry, guys. That's better. There we go. For the day, Mike Wave, but I don't think they're done, period. Oh, okay. So it's set at 6 mil. I think it goes up to a 5th, Felipe, if he hits his incentives. Because remember, the pick is not until next year, so they don't have to determine right now where we pick. So they can adjust it later. I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. Steelers re-sign special teamer Miles Killebrew back to Pittsburgh to 6.5, baby. Okay. Last year's Pro Bowl special teamer. I think we're probably done for today, but I don't think we're done overall. There's still work to be done. Nathan, normally I have the chat there. I don't have the chat there right now, but I don't want to move the camera up there just for one stream because the chat's not there. Ryan Neal coming back was definitely interesting. Big Cat getting 20 million this year would be weird given the fact that he's getting like 21 per. So that would mean it's a completely flat contract. You never see that. There's no way Big Cat's going to get 20 this year. It honestly might be like 10 or 11. It means that every year of the contract has basically the same cap hit. That almost never happens these days. It's always low, higher, 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 higher. Okay, so things are quiet after Killebrew re-signed. No, we have not gotten Neal back yet. I'm just listing it as a possibility. And we did re-sign Taylor, but we have no idea about the contract details, which is going to be a determining factor here. Harrison, new contract is 1 year, $9 million. Okay. I mean, I guess he's still pretty good. He's 1628. That's a weird structure. Thorama. Oh, somebody in my comments just made a really good point. Is Bobby going to tear his Achilles on that FedEx Field crap? Is that going to be the thing that ends his career, FedEx Field? Austin, somebody gifted a bunch of memberships, of course. What else? That's the only thing that really could happen. I think it was John gifted 20 memberships. Peter Aoki, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Thanks for the show. Appreciate you. I appreciate you, Peter. Let me get that up on the tracker. And I'm really sorry about the GIFs not working for super chats, guys. I think it's because I set up 5 streams at once and it threw the system off. Yeah, it would be sad, but it feels so damn realistic. He made it through almost his entire career without a major injury. Now he's going to play half his games at FedEx Field. That's ugly. I think it's going to be tomorrow night, Malky. The comp pick for Wagner will probably end up being a fifth, but it depends on how what he does, if he gets his incentives or not. Oh yeah, it's not called FedEx anymore, but it's not got a name yet, so it's just their field, which is probably cooler than having a sponsored name now that I think about it. Almost all contracts are backloaded, Thorama. I would be very surprised if it wasn't backloaded. No, that's McDonald, Austin. That's McDonald. AK, because teams don't want to have to take on the big cap hits up front. They know the cap is going to keep going up. They know later in the contract they can get out of it. So they push the cap hits back as much as they can. I think the ultimate example, there was I think it was Buda Baker's contract was for like 14 million a year when he signed the extension, and he then took the first year cap hit was only like 5 or something. Yeah, if he plays really well, Thorama, I think that may happen. Well, apparently not, MSF. Apparently, Ben Johnson interviewed poorly and indicated that he doesn't have what it takes to be a head coach yet. He's just a coordinator right now, a very good one, but not somebody who's ready to be a head coach yet. I think Robert Hunt got overpaid the most for sure. I don't think any right guard should get $100 million. No, it's McDonald, Austin. Is it not? I'm sure we're going to sign a linebacker at some point. Yeah, Landon Dickerson got paid. I did see that. Do they move him back to center now that Kelsey's retired? Yes, Bobby Wagner went to the commodes. Yeah, I didn't dump Taylor yet, Austin. I probably should. Just in case we lose a few memberships at 5 o'clock and the slot closes up. But let's think about this for a second. If I get rid of the Daryl Taylor emoji, who should I replace him with? Chat, what do you guys think? If I'm getting rid of Daryl Taylor, who takes his place? Already did Spoon, guys. Gino does make sense. We have him Chancellor. Mafe would make sense. There is no big cat, no. That's not a bad one either. Gino does make sense. Yeah, I think Taylor closes the door on adding at edge, which not unhappy about it, but I can understand they want to protect their compensatory picks, but you guys know I like Clowney. Patriots have signed Nick Leverett. Never heard of him. Devin White's not going to be here, guys. Much less a team captain. Yeah, he was on the Bucks. Okay. Hey, Mariners win. Don't know. The only thing we know, Brando, is that the Jenkins deal is 2 years. The Jenkins deal is 2 years. That's all we know. The Mariners definitely got better from last year. Maybe not by as much as some people wanted, but they definitely did. Gordon Fuller visiting the Panthers. Captain for the defense? I'm not sure. Alright, guys, the Daryl Taylor emoji has been replaced with a new one. Official. I don't think we need Dean Lowry now unless we're going to rescind the tag on Miles Adams, so I feel like we have our rotation. We can't have too many 3-tech types on the team. Apparently, Greenlaw's going to be back sooner rather than later, Mask. They're acting like he'll be ready for the season. Hayden, because he got cut, I didn't know he was going to be available when I put together that list. I didn't know he was out there because he was a late cut by the Jaguars. Eric Nathan, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. Austin, I already changed it. I already changed the, I already swapped out the emoji. We're going to roll with that one for now. Mm. I feel like for some reason JSN is a player that resonates really well with the younger Seahawks fans, so I had to get him in there, yeah. Brian, you have to be a member or else you can't get the emojis. You have to only channel members. It's one of the perks. I don't think we play the Commanders this year, do we? No, I don't think so. No. Okay, so next emoji slot is at 175. So 175 unlocks a new emoji slot. So when we get there, we'll think about it. Yeah, things are pretty quiet right now. Why cut DJ? Ooh, DJ Humphreys. They must be planning to bump Paris Johnson Jr. over. That's a surprise. That's a lot of savings, but I'm still a little surprised. I guess it kind of makes sense, but I didn't see it coming. Nathan, we don't need him. Yeah, it still seems a little high to me, David. That's still more than Evan Brown got, and it's more than Matt Hennessy got from the Eagles. Like, why is Nick Harris worth more than those guys? Problem, Fetty boy. Yeah, I thought the pick was okay. I wasn't in love with it, but he's better than I thought he would be, it seems. They're all kind of the same, aren't they, Caden? What's the damn difference? Oh, Humphreys tore his ACL late last season. Hey, guys. I'm gonna go chill out for a little bit. It's almost 4 o'clock. Everything's quiet right now. So I'm gonna step away for a little bit here, chill out, come back and see if anything happens at the end of the day. So I could be gone for a little bit longer than usual. So we'll see. I don't know. Maybe I'll be back in 5 minutes. I have no idea. So stick around. And if anything big happens that I see, I'll check in. right, everybody, we are back. And I have been out of the loop. So let's see. It'll be a surprise to me, too. Ooh, Cowboys actually did something. Okay. What's up, everybody? Okay, so yeah, DJ Humphrey. Nick Harris made it official. Rams made it official. We already knew all this stuff. Cardinals are going to sign Jonah Williams. Okay, that's a pretty significant one. Okay. No word on money. Wow. Joe Flacco backing up Anthony Richardson. Two-year, $30 million by the Cardinals. Man, I didn't miss Jack. Oh, Kevin Givens, defensive lineman, 49ers. So, Eric Kendricks didn't go to the Niners. He went to the Cowboys. No word on the money yet, though. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. I made the right choice to leave. Yeah, Rayshon Jenkins was a while ago. I saw that one. Still no updates on contracts. Yeah, nothing. So I made the right decision to leave for an hour to chill out. Sorry I was gone so long, everybody, but there was no reason for me to come back. So it would seem. Yeah, Bobby left before I left, so I knew about that one. Jonah Williams, Cardinals, Joe Flacco, Colts, Kevin Givens, Niners, Eric Kendricks, Cowboys. That's literally all I missed. Sheldon Rankins, Bengals. He was high on my list, but I didn't want him anymore because we don't need more defensive linemen. Sheldon Rankins.
Banned. Gone. Forever.
ConciergeWithNolan, thank you for the $5 super chat. Was pressure washing at an upcoming listing for a few hours. Saw Phantom Jenkins. Have I missed anything else? Thanks. Wagner went to the Commanders. That's, I guess, the only thing. Yeah, Brian, I'm not shocked, but that's fine. It wasn't on screen or anything like that. Alright, guys, so I'm going to get out of here in like 3 minutes here. Nothing's going on. Sheldon Rankins, that's pretty big, but it doesn't really have anything to do with us anymore. Yeah, we need inside offensive linemen. We need linebackers. But at this point, things are looking a little more clear. You think the Seahawks will make another move today? Probably not, but if they do, I will be here to cover it. We still have... I'm surprised we don't have contract details yet on so much stuff. It's like the Seahawks are intentionally slow rolling this information out there, man. Okay. Vance never played guard before. Maybe he could. Damn, you getting burnt out? I mean, I'm tired. I am definitely tired. But I need to go do stuff. I need to go have dinner. I need to, I'm going to do more stuff on Twitch tonight. Miguel Rodriguez. Thank you for basic membership. Welcome to basic membership, Miguel Rodriguez. Ishan. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. I'm sure we're going to sign a linebacker at some point. All right, guys. Everybody have a good rest of your evening. If the Seahawks do anything or anything relevant happens, I'll cut a video. I will be on Twitch tonight. If you want to watch episode 17 through 20 of Neon Genesis Evangelion with me, follow. We're going to do the watch along. We'll be back tomorrow. Remember, modified schedule tomorrow. See you guys later.